samasta jagatam paramasya pumsaha Shakti Swarupini Shive Karunargajite Lokashu Shoka Shamanaya Kritavatare Sri Saradastu Shiva Detava Suprabha Bhavasya dhamasa pariharayite Lila manusya vapuse atadhadanaya Datta tadarpitadiyakta samasta vidye Sri Saradastu Shubha Detava Suprabhatam Mayadvare Vayasi Partari Sampravritam Unmatta Icha Nuchitam Avaduya Tadarshana Kramita Durgamadura Marge Sri Ramakrishna Daite Tava Suprabhatam Samyasitam Bhatima Vekhya Chanodvijane Sevarpita Dvikarane Parishuddha Chitte Tatsadana Charamasinni Samarpitangre Sri Ramakrishna Parameshwari Suprabhatam
Reverent salutations to Sri Sarada Devi, the merciful and compassionate Mother of the universe. You have taken human birth to relieve the world of suffering and grief, for you are the embodiment of Shakti, the Lord's dynamic power. May the dawn be radiant with effulgent light for you. Victory to Sri Sarada Devi, whose presence transforms the perplexing world of samsara into a blissful realm. Even as a tiny girl, you were completely dedicated to Sri Ramakrishna, and throughout your life received the transmission of highest knowledge from him. May the dawn be radiant with effulgent light for you. O Universal Mother, you are the beloved companion of the Supreme Lord, Sri Ramakrishna. As a young woman, you courageously traveled dangerous roads to be by his side, enlightening the peoples of the world by recognizing his true spiritual status. May the dawn be radiant with effulgent light for you, O Holy Mother. O Sarada, recognized as the incarnate goddess in human form by Sri Ramakrishna, you have dedicated your life, body, mind, and soul at his feet, Sharing the life of an ascetic with him, you embraced austerity and served humanity throughout your lifetime. May the dawn be radiant with effulgent life for you, O Holy Mother.
Yameva Chatma Janani Bhavatarini Cha Seva Param Tubhude Guru Rastra Tasya Samasta Jagato Shasharanya Murte Sri Ramakrishna Daite Tava Suprabhatam. Avrimbati Paramika Prakritim Svakiyam Samsariniva Bahuduka Jalibhavayam Sarvam Sahe Shritajano Dadanaika Dikshe Sri Ramakrishna Daite Tava Suprabhatam. Dehasya Bharjana Vidao Mama Karma Shanti Mayatya Shankya Puja Nishkriya Manameva Akashnikokti Vivrita Kila Shakti Rupe Sri Ramakrishna Daite Tava Suprabhatam. Sri Ramakrishna Daite Tadadina Sate Tad Bhakta Vinda Pali Palini Mukti Date Tad Bhavaraka Hidaye Tadabhina Tate Mata Samasta Jagatam Tava Suprabhatam.
Victory to Sri Sarada, who is mother, friend, saint, and teacher in one, whose life was spent in efforts to remove ignorance from the minds of those precious spiritual children who took refuge in her. O beloved of Sri Ramakrishna, may the dawn be radiant with effulgent light for you. O universal mother, abiding always in subtle bliss, you did not, however, neglect your duties and continually labored to remove the sorrows of those living in the world. For the sake of the devotees and for their welfare did you assume this burden. May the dawn be radiant with effulgent light for you. O divine Shakti, teachings of the highest import spontaneously flowed from thy lips in a purely simple and natural way. The most profound truths were thus made understandable, and by your example you revealed to us the way to implement these lessons and destroy all karmas. May the dawn be radiant with effulgent light for you. O Mother of the entire universe and Savior of the world, Protector of the devotees, who transmits the boon of liberation, you simultaneously show concern for the earth, yet remain ever absorbed in God realization. Established in the Supreme Being as you are, O Holy Mother, may the dawn be radiant with effulgent light for you.
Mata samasta jagata paramasya pumsaha Shakti Swarupini Shive Karunarajite Lokasha Shoka Shamanaya Kritavatare Sri Sarada Destu Shiva Dekava Suprabhatam Sri Ramakrishna Dai Tava Suprabhatam Sri Ramakrishna Parameshwari Suprabhatam Mata Samasta Jagatam Tava Suprabhatam
My child, the mind is like a wild elephant. It races with the wind. Therefore, one should discriminate all of the time. One should work hard for the realization of God. The wind alone makes the candle flame flicker. In similar fashion, fancies and desires make the mind restless. Repeat the holy name, and the mind will become steady. The mind is by nature restless. Therefore, at the outset, to make the mind steady, one may practice meditation by regulating the breath a little. That helps steady the mind. But one must not overdo it, for that heats the brain. You may talk of the vision of God or of meditation, but remember, the mind is everything. One gets everything when the mind becomes steady. You should certainly repeat the mantra. However, calling on God with one's mind steadfast is equivalent to 1,000,000 repetitions of the mantra. What is the good of doing japa all day if there is no concentration of the mind? Collectedness of mind is essential. Then only His grace descends. You see, it is the nature of water to flow downward, but the sun's rays lift it up towards the sky. Likewise, it is the very nature of the mind to go to lower things, to objects of enjoyment. But the grace of God can make the mind go towards higher things. As you turn the direction of the wicked mind, that mind itself will be able to grasp the chosen deity. When worldly thoughts crop up in your mind and possess it, then you should go away from the company of others and pray to him with tears in your eyes. He will remove all the dross from the mind and will also give you understanding. About the weaknesses of the mind, it is nature's law, my child. Just as you find the full moon and the new moon, the mind is possessed of noble thoughts at times and haunted by evil thoughts at other moments. An impure mind does not easily become pure. The more you emphasize your obsession, the more obsessed you become. It is true of all things. Unless Mahamaya opens the way, nothing will happen by any means. How many can do japa and meditation all the time? Did you notice the other day how one man forcibly did more japa than he could stand and got his mind deranged? If the mind is gone, what remains? It is like the thread of a screw. If one thread is loose, the fellow becomes mad or falls into the trap of Mahamaya and thinks himself very clever. On the other hand, if it is tightened the right way, one goes along the correct path and obtains peace and bliss. Is the mind the cause of troubles only? Even when you try to attain to Brahman, you shall have to carry with you the mind too. At the present stage, the assistance of the mind is very necessary. It is the pure mind that shows man the path.
Vishnumayati Shabdgita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Chetaneti Abhidhyate Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Buddha Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. Ya Devi Namo Namah. Ya Devi Namo Namah. Ya Devi Namo Namah. Ya Devi Namo Namah. Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Kshuha Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Chaya Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. Ya Devi Namo Namah. Ya Devi Namo Namah. Ya Devi namastasyai namo. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Krishna Rupena Samstita namastasyai 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 namo namo. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Kashanti Rupena Samstita namastasyai 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 namo namo. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Sanatani Sharade. Prema Swarupini Sharade. Pavani Sharade. Karuna Rupini Sharade. Rajarupena samstita namastasyai 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 namo. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shantirupena samstita namastasyai 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 namo namo. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Om. Devi Namo Namaha. Om. Namastasyai namo namaha. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Kantirupena Samstita. Namastasyai namo namaha. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Lakshmi Rupena Samstita. Namastasyai namo namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Namo Namaha. Saraswati Namostute. Japaharini Shuddharupini Saraswati Namostute. Japavahini Krishna Darshini Bhageshwari Namostute. Purnadayini Sarvamokshi Mahavijya Namostute. Brahmashistini Vishnu Stiti Saraswati Namostute. Parashakti Prema Bhakti Vidyamai Namostute. Jai Maheshwari Sharadeshwari Jagadishwari Swarupa Namostute Shukla Padmini Japasiddhini Sharada Mani Namostute Namastasyai, 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 namo namaha. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shritti-rupena samstita. Namastasyai, 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 namo namaha. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Daya-rupena samstita. Namastasyai, 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 namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Tushti-rupena samstita. Namastasyai, 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 namo namaha. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Mata-rupena samstita. Namastasyai, 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 namo namaha. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Ranti-rupena samstita. Namastasyai, 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 namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Ya Devi namo namaha. Sharade. Namo Narayani Sharade. Chitirupena ya kritsnamitatvyapyastatajagat namastasyai 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 namo namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Anantarupini Ananta Gunavati Ananta Namne Giri Jema. Anantarupini Ananta Gunavati Ananta Namne Giri Jema. Shiva Hrinmohini Vishvavilashini Ramakrishna Jayadayini Ma. Shiva Hrinmohini Vishvavilashini Ramakrishna Jayadayini Ma.
The Divine Mother, born of the eternal mountains, is beyond the power of the universe she created. Her many names and forms without number are all full of auspiciousness. The great Lord Shiva has become thoroughly enchanted by the Divine Mother, who gives existence to all things in the universe. The great power and victory of Sri Ramakrishna has been granted by her.
Jagjanani Trilokapalini Vishvasuvashini Shubhadema. Jagjanani Trilokapalini Vishvasuvashini Shubhadema. Durgati Nashini Sanmati Daini Bhoga Moksha Sukhakarini Ma. Durgati Nashini Sanmati Daini Bhoga Moksha Sukhakarini Ma.
The Divine Mother of the universe has complete control over the three created worlds, and her tender love and kindness pervades the entire universe. She protects all her children from danger and removes all obstacles and anxieties, while granting them boons of supreme happiness, freedom from suffering, and liberation in this life.
Parame Parvati Sundari Bhagavati Lasida Matar Nagendra Nandini Chirsukadayini Jayate Maa.
Salutations to the Divine Mother, who is the supreme power filled with wonder, and who manifests as Sri Durga, the 10-armed goddess of protection. May the Mother of everlasting peace, who is full of the enjoyment of the universe, become pleased with all of us and bestow upon us her eternal blessings.
Anantarupini Ananta Gunavati Ananta Name Girije Maa. Shiva Hrinmohini Vishvavilashini Ramakrishna Jayadayini Maa. Shiva Hrinmohini Vishvavilashini Ramakrishna Jayadayini Maa. Sharade, oh Sharade, Vikya Vinashani Sharade, Brahma Sanatani Sharade, Prema Swarupini Sharade. Sharade, Karuna Rupini Sharade, Namo Narayani Sharade. Sharade, oh Sharade, Vikya Vinashini Sharade, Sharade, oh Sharade, Brahma Sanatani Sharade, Prema Swarupini Sharade, Patita Pavani Sharade, Prema Swarupini Sharade, Patita Pavani Sharade. Sharade, oh Sharade, Brahma Sanatani Sharade, Karuna Rupani Sharade, Namo Narayani Sharade, Karuna Rupani Sharade, Namo Narayani Sharade. Sharade, Brahma Sanatani Sharade, Sanatani Sharade, Prema Swarupini Sharade, Patita Pavani Sharade, Prema Swarupini Sharade, Patita Pavani Sharade. Sharade, oh Sharade, Brahma Sanatani Sharade, Karuna Rupini Sharade, Namo Narayani Sharade, Karuna Rupini Sharade, Namo Narayani Sharade. Vinashini Sharade, Brahma Sanatani Sharade, Prema Swarupini Sharade, Patita Pavani Sharade, Sharade, Namo Narayani Sharade. Vikya Vinashini Sharade, Brahma Sanatani Sharade, Prema Swarupini Sharade, Patita Pavani Sharade, Karuna Rupini Sharade, Namo Narayani Sharade. Sharade, oh Sharade, Vikya Vinashini Sharade.
O Holy Mother, you are the remover of all obstacles.
Brahma Sanatani Sharade.
O Holy Mother, you are the eternal principle of Brahman.
Prema Swarupini Sharade.
O Holy Mother, you are the essence of ecstatic love for God.
Patita Pavani Sharade.
O Holy Mother, you are the savior of the fallen and the lowly ones.
Karuna Rupini Sharade.
O Holy Mother, you are the embodiment of compassion for all beings.
Namo Narayani Sharade. Sharade, Sharade, Kripa Mai Sharade, 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 Kripa Mai Sharade, 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 Kripa Mai Sharade. Sharade, Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, Vaishnava Shakti Sharade, Shaiva Shakti Sharade, Vaishnava Shakti Sharade, Shaiva Shakti Sharade, Jnanadayini Sharade, Anandadayini Sharade, Jnanadayini Sharade, Anandadayini Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade. Sharade, Sharade, Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, Shakti Dayini Sharade, Bhakti Dayini Sharade, Shakti Dayini Sharade, Bhakti Dayini Sharade, Jappaharini Sharade, Moksha Dayini Sharade, Jappaharini Sharade, Moksha Dayini Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade. Sharade, Sharade, Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, Annadayini Sharade, Vijnanagita Sharade, Annadayini Sharade, Vijnanagita Sharade, Jagajanini Sharade, Santana Vachala Sharade, Jagajanini Sharade, Santana Vachala Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade. Sharade, Sharade, Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade.
O Sharada, Mother Supreme in human form, you are filled with grace. You manifest and pervade the universe as the one supreme creator. You are the consort power of the Vaishnavas, Shaivites, and the Shaktas alike. Filled with wisdom, power, devotion, and bliss, you practice austerities to benefit your loving children. Being the great Mother of the universe, your infinite knowledge and undying affection sustain and protect all living beings, and in you they find their liberation.
Sharade, Sharade, Kripamai Sharade, 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 Kripamai Sharade. Sarvogate Akshopute Sarvogate Akshopute Shakara Karirakara Matvamitara Amar Matvamitara Trigunadara Para Matvamitara Matvamitara Amar Matvamitara Tumi Shanja Tumi Gayatri Tumi Jagadatri Goma Tumi Shanja Tumi Gayatri Tumi Jagadatri Goma Tumi Akulera Trana Kartri Akulera Trana Kartri Shana Shiver Manohara Matvamitara Amar Matvamitara Trigunadara Para Matvamitara
O Blessed Mother, Thou indeed art my soul redeemer. Thou art the most exalted and the extremely auspicious one. As the primordial power, you are the eternal foundation of the entire universe. To the humble and the lowly, your name means infinite compassion. For you swiftly come to the aid of those in distress and all those who suffer. Thou art the infinite waters, thou art the fragrant earth. It is only thee which exists as the essence of all beings, O Mother. Manifesting as the relative play of consciousness, and through all things knowable, you pervade all images and forms, but thou art formless as well. Thou art our daily devotions, thou the holy mantra too, and thou art the everlasting support of the three worlds, O Divine Mother. It is none other than thee, O Beloved, who rescues the helpless and saves the wretched, and you even delight and inspire the noble mind of Lord Shiva.
Matvamitara Amar Matvamitara Trigunadara Para Matvamitara. Shakti Swarupini Shanti Swarupini Sharada Devi Namostute. Matri Swarupini Sneha Swarupini Mangaladayini Namostute Bhakti Swarupini Bhava Swarupini Mukti Pradayini Namostute Saharini Karunya Rupini Koivaya Daini Namostute Nitya Swarupini Nirmala Shalini Mukti Pradayini Namostute Swarupini Chita Pramodini Seti Pradayini Namostute Lavanya Rupini Madhura Bhashini Chaitanya Rupini Namostute Chitta Prashantini Shuddha Swabhavini Tattva Prabodhini Namostute Ananda Rupini Atma Prakashini Ashrita Rakshini Namostute Shanti Pradayini Shashwata Rupini Sarada Devi Namostute
Salutations to thee, Sri Sarada Devi, the embodiment of absolute power and supreme peace. Salutations to thee, O Mother of the Universe, the embodiment of affection and the giver of blessedness. Salutations to thee, the embodiment of devotion, the essence of spiritual ecstasy and giver of prosperity. Salutations to thee, O destroyer of impurity, the embodiment of mercy and giver of spiritual freedom. Salutations to thee, O eternal one, of sterling character and the giver of liberation. Salutations to thee, the one reality. Thou bringest joy to the heart and grantest perfection. Salutations to thee, of lovely form, of sweet words, and the embodiment of pure consciousness. Salutations to thee, the bestower of mental peace, of pure nature, and the inspirer of the highest truth. Salutations to thee, the embodiment of bliss, revealer of the Atman and protectress of those who seek shelter. Salutations to thee, Sri Sarada Devi, the giver of peace and the embodiment of the eternal reality.
Shakti Swarupini Shanti Swarupini Sarada Devi Namostute Matri Swarupini Sneha Swarupini Mangaladayini Namostute Bhakti Swarupini Bhava Swarupini Mukti Pradayini Namostute Saharini Karunya Rupini Koivaya Daini Namostute Satya Swarupini Chitta Pramodini Siddhi Pradayini Namostute. Lavanya Rupini Madhura Bhashini Chaitanya Rupini Namostute. Chitta Prashantini Shuddha Swabhavini Tattva Prabodhini Namostute. Anandarupini Atma Prakashini Ashrita Rakshini Namostute. Shanti Pradayini Shashwata Rupini Sarada Devi Namostute.
My children, the world is a great mire. If one gets into it, he finds it difficult to get free. Even Brahma and Vishnu gasp in it, what to speak of mankind. There is no happiness whatsoever in human birth. The world is verily filled with misery. Happiness here is only a name. Those on whom the grace of the Master has fallen alone know Him to be God Himself. And remember, that is the only happiness. The happiness of the world is transitory. The less you become attached to the world, the more you enjoy peace of mind. At the time of creation, people were born with the quality of sattva, light. They had wisdom from their very birth. Consequently, they at once realized the unreal nature of the world. They renounced it and practiced austerity. They were liberated in no time. The Creator found that the purpose of His creation was going to be frustrated. These wise ones who were thus liberated were unfit for the continuance of the play of the world. Then He again started the work of creation and mixed the qualities of Rajas and Tamas with the Sattva. Thus His purpose was fulfilled. How many kinds of people there are, who can say? For those who live in society, there is no end to fear. You see, my children, the worldly minded belong to a different class. They will again and again come to this world and go rotting in their worldly life. If at any time they are blessed by God, only then can they be liberated. The worldly minded crave for money and money only. Never have they prayed for knowledge or devotion, even mistakenly. Well, let them have what they seek. What is there in money, my dear? The Master could not even touch money. His hand used to curl back when any metal contacted him. He used to say, "The world is an illusion." Ah, Ramlal, if I felt the world was real, I would have covered your Kamark Pukur in gold. But I knew it was an illusion. God alone is real. Everything, husband, wife, even the body is only illusory. These are all shackles of illusion. Unless you can free yourself from these bondages, you will never be able to go to the other shore of the world. Even this body, the identification of the self with the body, must go. What is this body, my darling? It is nothing but 3 pounds of ash when it is cremated. Why so much vanity about it? Do you think that you can get rid of lust altogether? It will be there in some form or other, as long as the body lasts. But then I tell you, after taking refuge in God, it will be reduced to a state comparable to a charmed snake. There are many who are miserable in spite of their wealth. The rich should serve God and his devotees with money, and the poor worship God by repeating his name. My relatives have enjoyed my company so much, and still they do not show the least glimmer of wisdom. They are like bamboo or silk cotton trees. Even if they grow close to a sandalwood tree, what will it profit them? The trees must have some essence. You see, the devotion of worldly people is like a drop of water on a red-hot frying pan. It evaporates in no time at all. But, my child, what is worldly life to you? For you, worldly life is as good as living under a tree. Besides, is this life separate from God? He is everywhere. Be content with whatever and in whatever situation he places you. The goal is to call upon him and attain to him. In the old days, many great disciples used to come. Those who come nowadays simply keep on saying, "Give us a vision of the Master." They do no spiritual practice, no japa, no meditation. God knows how many wicked things they have done in their past. Only after terrible sufferings does a being resort finally to God. Selfishness, well, that persists as long as a person is self-assertive, and disappears when that is overcome. But why fear? All conditions can turn favorable by the will of the Master. He used to say that avidya-maya is more powerful than vidya. That is why avidya-maya has kept the world enchanted.
Let's move on to this chart. Again, graced with Holy Mother's beautiful image when she was younger. As she made this wonderful statement at one time. Perhaps one practices japa and mantra in this life. In the next life, one intensifies the spiritual mood. What's that word again? Mood? Samprasad, we just looked at. And in the following, advances it further. Thus, spiritual evolution goes on. The moment that one's three karmas come to an end, one realizes God. That is one's last birth. This plus the practice of spiritual discipline and time are the factors in the attainment of spiritual knowledge. So those 2 sentences or 3 sentences, when I read them, right away my mind was forming this chart so that we could look into these 3 factors in the attainment of enlightenment. Not going to be something that's extremely popular for people who are attached to the world and don't know about that adhyatma prasada yet, that they have a spiritual side to them. But once one finds out, or there's an inkling of the birth of spirituality in one has what they're calling a spiritual awakening for several different reasons. Maybe because of past good karmas, maybe because you met a guru, maybe because you had a divine memory of having practiced with a guru in another lifetime, and then all of a sudden this rubbing of sandalwood happens and you get this fragrance coming back to you, inner fragrance coming back to you, then you want to return to that path of intense practice. So that's an interest in enlightenment right there. So if she said there are 3 factors to the attainment of enlightenment, we should probably study them. So the first thing she talks about, and brings a nice end to one of the points we're calling one of her transmission teachings, is karma. So under karma, you can see her quote here: "Human being, today it is, tomorrow it is not. No one will accompany a person after death. Only action, good and bad, will follow, even after death." So how do we destroy these karmas? This is number 1 we're looking into, of these moons up here, as it were, these half moons. Let's look under the karma destruction list below at the bottom of the chart. We have to awaken to the insidious presence of Maya. That is, that name, form, time, space, and causality, the 5 aspects of Maya, tend to cover reality. And as they cover, there's also a distortion that happens to them when we come upon them, like a reflection in a pool. It can be very clear, or the wind can blow and it can be very distorted, or mud can rise or green scum can cover the lake, and therefore we would be subject to those 2 or 3 kinds of veiling and distorting powers. Maya is doing that all the time to your divine self, which is hidden back here in a 5-fold sheath, right? Body, energy, mind, thought, and ego. The 5 koshas, we call them in Vedanta. A great teaching that's specific to Vedanta, and one of the most beautiful ways of explaining to someone why they're not the body, and why they're not the mind, and why they're not the ego, why they're not the small self. It's just, well, here's the 5 koshas. Isn't it obvious that this is not yourself? This has been taught from time out of mind in India, even to children. So if you grow up with teachings like that, then you're immediately on guard against the covering power of Maya. Bodies walking around, energy flowing, thoughts of different kinds rising in the mind. So this is one way that you can actually offset karma, is by being aware that it happens in Maya, and then you can disperse it in Maya. Second, recognize the limitations of name and form in nature. If you have that desire to be free, then everyone feels that to have a body and a pair of lungs, and to be held to earth by gravity, and various other limitations are inherent to that condition. So that's why one meditates to get, and one brings light to the dream state. As he tries to recognize the deep sleep state. Of course, a lot of this is leading to mantra. That's what we're leaving that first: karma, reincarnation, and mantra, as we go along here in this week and next week. Third is perceive the suffering-ridden nature of relative existence. Well, that's only the first noble truth of Buddha, which I'm not making an understatement, but that's, if you're to be an authentic Buddhist, you have to recognize and accept that existence is full of suffering. And Holy Mother said that even some couple thousand years after Lord Buddha said it. He said, the suffering of this world has gotten into the very marrow of my bones, my child. So she wanted you to be, again, very careful about the insidious presence of Maya and the limitations that are placed upon you by taking on a body-mind mechanism. and that suffering was going to be a part of the quotient. We could probably say here, and she would be first one to second it, would be that pleasure is also a kind of suffering. So you can go all the way back to the Bhagavad Gita for that one. Say, what's sweet in the beginning and turns sour later, that's what you don't want, Krishna says. But what's difficult in the beginning, sour, but turns sweet later, that's sadhana leading to enlightenment. That's what you want. So never back off from the pitch or from the attempt to take that spiritual journey to its culmination, just because of a few minor difficulties at the head of the trail. Then subdue sense life by noting the dangers of pleasure and enjoyment. Really jumped ahead to that one already. Fifth, break free of the cocoon of family life and mundane human convention. So is it callous to leave your family behind like Buddha did and like Sri Rama had to do and others and thousands of swamis I know of did in this day and age? Is that callous, or is that, here, let me go and find my true self and then I'll bring back that news to you later? See, yes. We have that as the motto of the Ramakrishna order, so they make sure they avoid that problem. Is it for the realization of the self and the good of the world? So you get realization of the self first. Atmano moksharta is how they say that. Get realization of the self first. If you have to back off from others, let's go back to shall we go back to the detachment teachings and show you why you have to do that? Because you'll be distracted again and again by people who are taking you away from the point of your spiritual practice when you're in the midst of people who are as themselves not yet enlightened. They're contributing to the problem, not the solution, as they say nowadays. So it's a point here we could go deep into, and it's also could be a source of early suffering for people. One of those good things is that they say, well, I'm going to have to detach from family life and from sensual life and from physical living and attachment to the world and so forth, so that I can remember who I am. Once I remember who I am, I can go amongst those very things and not suffer anymore. Shall we go back again? Show you how you have to get rid of afflictions. You see, it's all been said in a course of teachings by Holy Mother that go way back, millennia, when she came on hand in this day and age, just to say them to us in simple words. We have to connect them to these ancient teachings. And then we'll just, inside of 10 minutes, you'll run into them again. It's not like you can take a chart or one of these groups of teachings and say, okay, I got it, flip it, and go on and not connect what she's saying to what you just studied, you see. So she's already brought up two of those things here: dangers of pleasure and enjoyment, the cocoon of family life, and the conventional rebirth, and breaking free of the ancestors and the chain of rebirth with them. Inspect individual thoughts and habits and connect them to actions in past lifetimes. So once you do get free of family ancestors for a period, whether you call it your morning meditation for an hour, or whether you call it a seminar I did with Babaji last weekend, or whether you call it I'm going on retreat for 3 or 4 or 5 days away from my home and putting myself just in the dharmic atmosphere with my Sangha, or whether you call it I'm going to a cave for a year, or I'm going on pilgrimage for 5 years. Whatever level you're doing it at, this is what it's going to take in order to be able to inspect your thoughts and your habits clearly and succinctly without distractions. You could be getting to the point of this practice, somebody will burst in the room and interrupt you, see, or a dinner bell will ring, or the dog will come up and want petting. See, whatever it is that happens in your household, you could get into a fairly deep state in 10, 15, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours if you can do it, And right about the time when you're going to pierce through that Maya veil around that particular karma or samskara is when you will be distracted every time. It's as if the world is set to distract you on purpose whenever you get near the light. That's like an automatic setting. That's not a devil out to get you. That's just what's going to happen when you approach the light. The world will come running. You can take my word for it, or you can read the scriptures and listen to the seers, or you can just try it yourself, and later I can laugh at you and say, ha ha, I told you so, because that's the way it is. So this is in order to be able to inspect individual thoughts and habits and connect them to the actions that brought you here. Remember what we're talking about here? Just to keep this in perspective, we're talking about three main factors to the attainment of enlightenment that Holy Mother spoke about. The first one is karma, and this is how you destroy it. So is it that difficult to destroy your karma? Yeah, without a list like this, it's impossible. You don't even know where they come from. You don't even know you have them. People are walking around just bags of karma, cause and effect going on all over the place, and they don't know that they're even there as complexes or habits or tendencies or psychoses, or jump to the chase, samskaras in India, if you go to those loaded words of Divine Mother. So yes, get yourself a list from a great teacher like her and check it off. Check each one of these off. You know, you're doing this with me right now, so make a check in your mind with this list, and then get busy and do them after the class. Sit down and go do them. The last one there is meditate with specific aim to dissolve all mental residue that binds the mind to relativity. Just like you would have to dry off something with a heater, or you got your hair wet, so you use a blow dryer and you get it dry real quick. You see, there's residue on everything, and it's the same with your inner moods, samprasad. It's the same with your chitta prasad, the substance of your thoughts. They have a residue on them. You're going to have to dry those off, towel them off, clean them off with this inner practice, so that your mind will see that Brahman alone is real and that the world is not. Brahman Satya Jagad Mithya. It's quick, but it's rather thorough. I think this is the first of these three main factors that she's talked about. Let's go on to two. Very important one, practice. Because if you see your karmas, if you follow the way of the teachers and you say, oh, I see I do have some karmas here, or these have been getting in my way for a long time, what do I do about that? I see a list. Okay, I've taken account of the list. I know what there is to be done. Now I have to practice. So take Swami Vivekananda's word for it then. He said, there have been books written by the thousands, and there are temples by the dozens, hundreds, but oh for an ounce of practice, he says. He saw the temples, he saw the books, he saw the teachings in the books, but his conclusion to it all was, oh for an ounce of practice. If I could just see an ounce of practice in my students and some headway being made, just a little, then that would be good. I would know that you have heard the teachings and you're moving forward. So let's look at what practice entails. Her quote about it here is, through spiritual practices, the ties of past karma are cut asunder. But the realization of God cannot be achieved without ecstatic love for Him. Do you know the significance of japa, that's saying the mantra, and other spiritual practices? By these, the dominance of the sense organs is subdued. So we've seen animals completely under the dictates of their sense organs. The taste, the tongue, the nose, the smell, the eyes, the sight. A cow, a dog, an owl. However you see, whatever species of animal is there, subhuman species, is connected more to one or two of the senses than the others. and how they're fully, that attachment to some of these senses completely dictates their life without any thought otherwise of doing anything different. In the same way, human beings run the common run of things too, the common mill, and plod along in one way only until a groove is formed in the mind by which they come and go, not only from place to place, but from birth to life to death and back to rebirth. So this is being brought up here by the Holy Mother. She wants to subdue the influence of the senses and maybe increase the influence of the subtle senses, and then maybe purified senses, you see, until there's not a billion eyes looking. There's just two. Until there's not those two anymore, there's just one. The Jnana Chakshu, the eye of wisdom, you're seeing everything through that. And even that closes, and you see only Brahman. See? Let's see the list of sadhana then. It's rather short, it could be longer, but there it is. Purify the soul via worship. Krishna would concur. He said the greatest austerity of the body, what is that, according to Krishna? I've asked that to students. They said, food. Being vegetarian, eating pure food. He didn't even mention that in the Gita. The greatest of the three austerities of the body is worship. That's the first one he mentions. That says if you can bring yourself to go into your altar after you set it up in a pure atmosphere and had a guru bless it with Ganges water, make the articles clean, make it all shine, put a candle there, light it, offer a flower, burn some incense, and bow yourself down in front of it. That's Upasana style purification. That's India. You put that together and it gets you to non-duality later. It's not idol worship. It's not just even image worship. It's worship of the reality that's in all idols and images, that is the core essence of them all. But you're just taking it on the outside and then making some premature conclusion about it. Holy Mother had something to say about that to people who thought that way. She said that millions of people have been getting their salvation through puja and worship. And you mean to take that away from them? Just because you have some sort of high-minded idea about non-duality? No, whatever the case is with you, this carpet cannot be pulled out from under the people. This is how they purify themselves. This is how culture keeps itself pure for thousands and thousands of years, beyond a 200-year America. See? So this is what you need to do. Purify the soul via worship. The soul there, by the way, is not the Atman. We have to always come back to that. The soul there is the mind. The transmigrating soul. Oh, shall we go back and see how transmigration has to be overcome? You see, we just talked about that. So the Atman never comes and goes. It never thinks. It always knows, some poet said. So it's stationary. That soul is a capital S. That's Atman or Paramatman. But this soul she's mentioning here is that one that needs to worship, needs to bow itself down, needs to purify body and senses. Why? So that guilt, lack of self-worth, grief, suffering, and all those things that we just studied won't come up in it. There are people like that, believe me. I've run into them. I've seen them in my life, just totally free from worry and grief. And just naturally in the state of balance. That's yogic equipoise right there. That's sthiti pragnasya, steady in the wisdom that knows everything to be Brahman, no matter what the appearances are otherwise. All right, so the second one is strengthen body-mind via yoga. And Holy Mother herself said, Hatha yoga that attaches ones to occult powers, and we just looked at the occult powers. So she said, be better not to rely upon that. If you've already started into it and the guru comes along and says, and I've had this experience a couple times in the last few months, should I keep on going on with my Hatha yoga and my breathing exercise? I've had to question the person. I usually come back and say, not necessarily, just diminish them. You've had the phase of asana. You've had the phase of pranayama. You've got to make it into something. Otherwise, you'll never go on to the fourth limb of purifying your consciousness. That is, getting pratyahara into your belt. You'll just be thinking all the time, asana, breathing, and your mind is still staying the same as it was. It's not got concentration yet, which is the fourth limb, pratyahara, or fifth limb. See? And then sixth limb concentration, then seventh limb meditation. What about those limbs? You're never going to come to them because you're just attached to body and breath? You've done that. And there's this person who asked me this a few weeks ago, had been doing it for 40 years. I said, good Lord, man, I can, without any reticence whatsoever, I can tell you, you're done with that. You've completed it. And why, now you're asking a guru about it. I said, should I give it up? And yes, you should go on, because I'm teaching him the 8 limb yoga. I said, yes, you should go on to the next limbs. You could have done that in year 2, maybe sooner. Climb the tree, get to the top, have the view. You can go back and get in an asana later if you want to, if it's so important to you. So strengthen the body mind via yoga. Yoga means 8 limb yoga, Ashtanga yoga, Raja yoga. And consummate it, culminate the thing, arrive. Don't just descend, you see. It's like going into San Francisco on a foggy day, right? Remember that. People clutching fingernails, digging into their arms. That's where you see them all cut all the time. People are digging their fingernails into those padded arms that they've got in their little tiny chairs they cram you into. So down you come, you see, and you don't know where the ground is. The pilot doesn't even know. He's remaining strangely silent for the whole 20 minutes of hell that it's taken all the people in that plane to, so that bump finally happens, you see. So that's what taking up yoga and never arriving at the higher limbs is like. And so, yeah, get through that phase. Land. Ground yourself. And when you do, then hone the intellect via study, because that's the next level that people need to take up. We're talking about kind of a summation of the second factor that Holy Mother talks about in her experience of seeing us in this world in the 18 and 1900s, in terms of this great supreme goal called attaining enlightenment, the paragatam, not the lesser goals, the paragatam, the supreme goal. She's talking about a sadhana that's well-rounded, a 4-yoga type of sadhana. Probably going to be the name of our next retreat, by the way. 4-yoga living, or something like that. You see, we're gonna round it all out and show us how to be completely well-rounded Purna yogis and yoginis. So hone the intellect via study. No, not worldly study. No, not just secular study. No, not just the aparavidya and subjects that make a living and that take the mind away from your divine nature as you entertain them. The study that brings you right close to Brahman actually brings you right close to Divine Mother, because she loves that jnanam. She loves words. You might have noticed. She's Vakdevi, the goddess of the word. Vani Saraswati Vakdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mampahi Veena Hamsa Hamsavahi Vedanta Rupini Polayamam Vani Saraswati Vakdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mampahi. She loves words. She's in every word. The wisdom that is hers is impacted into every particle of every letter of every alphabet. in every language, in every world. That's how the word proceeds in 4 ways. We'll get to that probably next week. 4 levels of the mantra here we'll look at, and how that goes deep, and how it comes out, and how it returns. So, of course, this is your study of the word. Then practice japa of the holy mantra. It works by repetition. It's not something that you can just say once and be done with. That's not the way it does its work. You repeat it and it brings back hidden memories of your divine nature. Nothing else does it that quickly as the mantra. And then, since you started out purifying the soul via worship, finally come to realize that God has form. Because somewhere along the way, somebody probably told you that form is unreal, and that has to be assessed correctly in the mind, because it's true. It's all vibrating particles changing at a billionth of a second. What's in it but emptiness, ultimately? But perceiving God with form means there's an essence that's this. It's the essence of a thing. The thing might be without substance, but it's not without essence. So that essence is what you concentrate on when you did the mantra, the essence of the mantra, when you memorized the scriptures, when you meditated upon Brahman. That's the essence in all those things that you consist of and that you're meditating upon. O meditator, become the goddess. She is your essence. Ram Prasad has that beautiful line in one of his songs. O meditator, become the goddess. She is your essence. So why are you sitting there meditating somewhere out there, in there, left, right, up, down, on any particular thing? Meditate on yourself as the meditator, as the goddess herself doing the meditation, and come quickly to this consummate view of non-duality. Strike away karma vinasha we just looked at. Strike away all those karmas in a thrice and perceive God existing everywhere and in everything. Then finally realize the formless Brahman in the final step. That was the penultimate step, so that you could hear Sri Ramakrishna's meaning when he said, God is with form, God is also beyond form, and God is beyond both form and formlessness as well. So there's always much, much deeper place to go with it all. Do you like it? How to destroy the karma by doing a sadhana. And then what about this third factor called time? She says about that, that it's one of the main factors, but here's the list under the word kala. And it's very precious because this is a kind of mental sadhana that you're doing as you're doing these other forms of sadhana. The first one's very important. Recall life's true purpose. So you could sit down with a great guru, just wander out of the West and see Ramana Maharshi sitting unknown somewhere on a mountain in the tropics, and sit down there and hear him say, who are you? And all of a sudden start into this like upper track of realization that he's at, when you're just a Westerner that came over there not even in the know of what you were searching for. Or you could instead sit down on your own and take yourself to task, as many people are doing and have done. This is meaningless. I'm not getting anywhere. I don't feel fulfillment. I've lost my peace of mind. And all of these things don't attract me anymore. Family, spouse, work. Sometimes I feel good about them, other times I could just be without them. It'd be better to be without them. So what is the meaning in all this flux? You see, this Mayic flux. Should we go back and find out that name and form and time and space and cause and effect are always changing places and changing faces, and that you're the one caught up in it. And you need to free yourself from it. So you would sit yourself down and try and recall the true purpose for your life. What is it that has ever made you truly happy in your life? when was that moment, or what was that time, or which lifetime was it in which you felt fulfilled, and how did you lose that balance, that yogic equipoise? Because when you get back into sattva, it feels like you've got it back. But then Rajas and Tamas come along, steal the sattva away, and then you're left in the lurch again. See, why is that happening to me? I want to be steady in not only sattva, because I see that comes and goes, but sattva shuddha, pure sattva, which has to do with this practice over here of the 4 yogas. That's how you keep yourself in sattva shuddha. You don't just, oh, thank God I feel better today, and then the next day you're not feeling so good again. When you do feel better, you say, while I'm feeling good, I need to purify and refine this sattvic balance and take it and use it to study the scriptures, use it to meditate, use it to serve others selflessly, use it to do my mantra practice, use it to put some attention on God with form and meditate upon the formless reality. Write down the list, checking them off, as I said. And then you just spent the last half hour finding the true meaning of life again. It's yours. Why did you ever lose it? And don't ever lose it again. See? And if you want to drive that deeper into your memory, go on retreat and pilgrimage. Those are important things to do, as she said, when you're young. Seek out a spiritual path. Find an adept guru. And with the help of the path and the guru, select an ishtam. That's called your chosen ideal. Select an ishtam. And take final refuge in that ishtam. You've already contemplated that God has form and also is beyond form. So you know that there's no guilt or remorse or grief in loving both God with form and God without form. What is that God? I'm not sure what it is. Do you know? No, I don't know, but I know I love it. That's a conversation I had with a person 30 years ago. What is that God? Where is it? And so forth. Do you know? No, I don't know, but I know that I love it. That was what the person said to me. So there's that inner attachment to the Lord that persists through all of this experiences, empty experiences that you're having in the worlds of name and form and time and space, and their recompense called karma, cause and effect. Fulfill all desires in that dharma. So once you find that dharma and you're balanced, you have a right, a divine right, to go ahead and fulfill everything that couldn't be fulfilled before because you didn't know the meaning of life. When you find the meaning of life is dharma, is jnanam, is enlightenment, as she's talking about here, go back to your wife, go back to your sons and daughters, go back to your mothers and fathers, and tell them, arise awake, stop not till the goal is reached. I have found the truth. I have found the truth. It's in the Vedanta of India. It's in the yoga. It's in the ancient divine wisdom, and it will never go away. It's ageless. So a quick list of what happens in time. How to use your time best of all. So we might want to repeat that quote at the end of this chart. Perhaps one practices japa and austerity in this life. In the next life, one intensifies the spiritual mood, and in the following advances it further. Thus spiritual evolution goes on. The moment that one's karmas come to an end, one realizes God. That is one's last birth. This, plus the practice of spiritual discipline and time, are the factors to the attainment of spiritual knowledge. So, precious words of just a few sentences of which I thought about in conjunction with her beautiful form and her existence in the body and the life of my Guru, and how he passed on all of her wisdom and the mantra she gave them to us. And we helped found SRV with it. So here we can salute the Divine Mother of the Universe with all deep love and move on towards next week's class. And here with this beautiful offering to her. Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada, Jaya Swami Vivekananda, Jayananda Ki Jai, Turiyananda Yogananda, Om Kali Maa, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada, Jaya Swami Vivekananda, Brahmananda Ki Jai, Turiyananda Yogananda, Om Kali Maa, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada, Jai Sri Ramakrishna, Om Sharada. Om Jananim Charadam Devim Ramakrishnam Jagadgurum Pado Padme Toye Shritva Pranamami Muhur Muhu. O Ramakrishna, teacher of all, Sharada, goddess divine, in bosom holding those lotus feet, salutations to both ever be of mine. Om peace, peace, peace. May peace be unto us, may peace be unto all. Om Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om Tat Sat.
Karuna Rupini Ma, Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Shri Sarada Devi, Karuna Rupini Ma, Aja Shakti Parama Prakriti Asharana Gati Tumi Ma, Aja Shakti Parama Prakriti Asharana Gati Tumi Ma, Jaya Jagatarini Baba Baya Harini Durgatini Varini Ma, Siddhi Pradayini Mukti Vidayini Jivgati Dayini Ma, Jagat Mata Jeev Kalyana Ratla Japata Vritama Nikhil Jagat Mata Jeev Kalyana Ratla Japata Vritama Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Durjan Sajan Sandhan Daganan Palanakarini Maa Durjan Sajan Sandhan Daganan Palanakarini Maa Jaya Sarada Devi Sri Sarada Mata Meri Yashodhara Vishnu Priya Maa Jaya Sarada Devi Sri Sarada Mata Meri Yashodhara Vishnu Priya Maa Yuga Deva Vandita Sura Nara Sevita Namo Narayani Maa Yuga Deva Vandita Sura Nara Sevita Namo Narayani Maa Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa
Victory, eternal victory to the Holy Mother, Sri Sarada Devi, the perfect manifestation of infinite compassion for living beings. You are the primordial mother, the creator of the universe who sports through nature, the one who grants refuge and protection to all. All praises be to the Mother of the universe, the loving Savior who destroys fear, neutralizes negativities, and enables one to cross the ocean of relative existence. Salutations to Thee who gives life, who reveals the path, who perfects embodied beings and releases them from limitations. O Divine Mother of the universe, whose power is absolute, whose purity and modesty are legend, who bears all sacrifices for the good of her children. Your eye is equal towards all living beings, for you are the mother of the good and the wicked, and you shelter the contented and discontented alike. Hail to Thee, Sri Sarada Devi, who came before us throughout history as Sita, as Radha, as Mother Mary, as Yashodhara and Vishnupriya, the Lord's beautiful consort. O Thou who hast been worshipped by Sri Ramakrishna, the avatar of the age, and who is served eternally by gods and human beings. O Narayani, Blessed Mother in human form, salutations unto Thee.
Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Adya Shakti Parama Prakriti Asharana Gati Tumi Maa Adya Shakti Parama Prakriti Asharana Gati Tumi Maa Jaya Jagatharini Bhavabhaya Harini Durgatini Varini Maa Siddhi Pradayini Mukti Vidayini Jeev Gati Dayini Maa Nikhil Jagat Mata Jeev Kalyana Ratla Japata Vritama Nikhil Jagat Mata Jeev Kalyana Ratla Japata Vritama Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Jaya Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Durjan Sajan Santan Aganan Palanakarini Maa Durjan Sajan Santan Aganan Palanakarini Maa Jaya Sharadeshwari Sita Radha Mata Meri Yashodhara Vishnu Priya Maa Jaya Sharadeshwari Sita Radha Mata Meri Yashodhara Vishnu Priya Maa Yuga Deva Vandita Sura Nara Sevita Namo Narayani Maa Yuga Deva Vandita Sura Nara Sevita Namo Narayani Maa Jaya Janani Jaya Sri Sarada Devi Karuna Rupini Maa Jaya Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jaya Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jaya 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 Jagadambe
Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jaya 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 Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jaya Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jaya Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo Jaya Jagadambe Sita Radhe Gauri Durge Namo Namo
Sri Sarada Devi He Mahamate Sri Ramakrishna Guru Deva Samprite Parama Pavana Hridaye Kali Yuga Dasite Bhakti Naradi Pehuni Nanama Sri Sarada Devi He Mahamate Sri Ramakrishna Guru Deva Samprite Gaganadhanti Hudama Ninagambirya Nina Tejana Bhagavi Nama Surya Gaganadhanti Hudama Ninagambirya Nina Tejana Bhagavi Nama Surya Nikalini Lakshmini Vijayama Magalagihanama Kore Shakti Nama Sri Sarada Devi He Mahamate Sri Ramakrishna Guru Deva Samprite Mahime Mahime Yanarivu Nende Marama Guru Varya Nam Tiridade Mahimalama Mahime Mahime Yanarivu Nende Marama Guru Varya Nam Tiridade Mahimalama Patti Bhakti Yade Mukti Ninagaye Dhamma Parashakti Ninama Nama Shalahama Sri Sarada Devi He Mahamate Sri Ramakrishna Guru Deva Samprite Nina Nama Vejanani Sura Nadiya Tirtha Beletayeni Nepavitra Dhamma Tirtha Nina Nama Vejanani Sura Nadiya Tirtha Deletayeni ne pavitra dhammatirtha Nina pujye bhakti sadhana virakti Nina nene vude namage guru tapashakti Sri Sarada Devi Hey Mahamate Sri Ramakrishna Guru Deva Samprite
O Great Mother, Sri Sarada Devi, thou whose only fulfillment is in Sri Ramakrishna. You are the Sita of our age, supremely pure-hearted, and we worship you with great devotion. In your breathtaking majesty, you appear like the spacious sky, and within that vastness, a small spark of your brilliance becomes a sun to us. The revered goddesses Kali, Lakshmi, and Saraswati are simply names and forms of thee, O Mother. Therefore protect us with thy boundless power. First and foremost, O Mother, it was you who understood the master of the age, for only greatness can recognize greatness. Love of God was your sole desire, O Mother. Therefore grant to us the same boon and protect us forever from all misfortunes. O Holy Mother, our devotion, discipline, and dispassion consist of worshiping you alone. Your blessed name is the sacred river Ganga. Your presence in our hearts is the holy place of pilgrimage, and remembering you liberates us through the power and grace of the Guru.
Parama pavana hridaye kali yuga dasite Bhakti indaradi pevuni nanama Sri Sarada Devi Hey Mahamate Sri Ramakrishna Guru Deva Samprite Sarada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai
Sarada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai
Vishwa bhuvan beshe gelo aha boli hari jai
Vishwa bhuvan beshe gelo aha boli hari jai
Sarada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai
Sarada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai
Vishwa bhuvan beshe gelo aha boli hari jai Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Juger hawa lagalo pale, jiban thori dena kule. Sharada Ramakrishna bole, eshe kele choli jai.
Sarada Ramakrishna bole, eshe kele choli jai.
Ma bole, mayer kole chole jai. Sharada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Vishwabhuvan veshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Vishwabhuvan veshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Juger hawa lagalo pale, jiban thori dena kule.
Juge hawa lagalo pale, jiban thori dena kule.
Sharada Ramakrishna bole, eshe kele chole jai.
Sarada Ramakrishna bole, eshe kele choli jai.
Ma bole, mayer kole chole jai. Sharada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Vishwabhuvan veshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Vishwabhuvan veshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Precious brothers and sisters, can you hear that distant sound sweeping towards us? Like the approach of a great flood, the powerful names of Sharada and Ramakrishna are storming the boundaries of relative existence, like a surging ocean of ecstatic bliss, annihilating the imaginary boundaries between matter and spirit. The courageous devotee who stands before the onrush of these waves of pure knowledge beholds the dissolution of the entire phenomenal universe as it is swept away in an overwhelming conflagration of unifying love. Oh, what an awesome sight! What an unimaginable experience! Can you sense the sweet spiritual wind of their pervasive presence? Why not raise your sail to catch it? Strike off the moorings which tie the boat of your aspiring mind to the harbor of mundane attachments. Sing Ma, Ma, Ma. Pray earnestly for their grace and take refuge in Kali, the divine mother of the universe.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Vishwabhuvan veshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Vishwabhuvan veshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Juger hawa lagalo pale, jiban thori dena kule.
Juge hawa lagalo pale, jiban thori dena kule.
Sharada Ramakrishna bole, eshe kele chole jai.
Sarada Ramakrishna bole, eshe kele choli jai.
Ma bole, mayer kole chole jai. Sharada Ramakrishna name bhande ke chere bai.
Sarada Ramakrishna
Vishwabhuban beshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Vishwabhuban beshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Sharad Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Vishwabhuban beshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Vishwabhuban beshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Juger hawa lagalo pale, jivan tori dena kule.
Juge hawa lagalo pale, jivan tori dena kule.
Sharada Ramakrishna bole, he shekele chole jai.
Sharada Ramakrishna bole, eshe kele chole jai.
Mama ma bole, mayer kole chole jai.
Mama bole, maya bole chole jai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
Vishwabhuban beshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Vishwabhuban beshe gelo, aha boli hari jai.
Sharada Ramakrishna name bande ke chere bai.
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 Jayanti Mangala Kali Madura Kali Kapalini Durga Shama Shive Datri Swaha Swada Namaste Narayani Namaste Sa
Shadike Sharanya Trayambike Gauri Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Parijunaya Purayani Sarvashakte Hare Devi Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Swarupa Sarveshe Sarva Shakti Samundike Bhave Jastra Hino Devi Durge Devi Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Sarada.
Sri Mata, Jai Mata, Jaya Janani, Sri Sarada.
Sri Mata, Jai Mata, Jaya Janani, Sri Sarada.
Sri
Mangalarupini Varude Sharade Sankataharini Sanmatidayini Mani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Veenapani Hamsavahini Vedanta Rupini Palayama Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Amba Parameshwari Akilandeshwari Adi Parashakti Palayama Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Hastadarini Japamala Samsara Sagara Tarini Mam Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi
O Goddess of all speech and knowledge, known as Bhagavati and Parvati, please save me. O thou of auspicious form, giver of blessings and good thoughts, and remover of all difficulties, holder of the sacred Veena, whose vehicle is the white swan, you are the embodiment of the Vedanta science and scriptures. Please save me. O Supreme Goddess, you pervade the entire universe through your innate primordial power. Please save me. In your hands, O Mother, you hold the holy japa beads by which you save the devotees from the ocean of relative existence.
Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Vani Saraswati Vagdevi Bhagavati Parvati Mambahi Sri Ramakrishna, O Paramahansa, O Vijnanagita, O Sri Sarada Devi, O Mataji, Ya Devi, Jai Sri Vijnanagita, Ramakrishna, O Paramahansa, O Ishtadeva. Om Sri Sarada Devi, O Mataji, Ya Devi. Jai Shri Vivekananda, O Vireshwara, O Swamiji. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, Om Sarada, Ramananda, Vivekananda, Om Kali Ma, Om Kali Ma. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, O Paramahansa, O Ishtadeva. Om Sri Sarada Devi, O Mataji, Ya Devi. Jai Shri Vivekananda, O Vireshwara, O Swamiji. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, Om Sarada, Ramananda, Vivekananda, Om Kali Ma, Om Kali Ma. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, Om Sarada, Brahmananda, Vivekananda, Om Kali Ma, Om Kali Ma. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, O Paramahansa, O Ishtadeva. Om Sri Sarada Devi, O Mataji, Ya Devi. Jai Shri Vivekananda, O Vireshwara, O Swamiji. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, Om Sarada, Brahmananda, Vivekananda, Om Kali Ma, Om Kali Ma. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, O Paramahansa, O Ishtadeva. Om Sri Sarada Devi, O Mataji, Ya Devi. Jai Shri Vivekananda, O Vireshwara, O Swamiji. Jai Shri Ramakrishna, Om Sarada, Ramananda, Vivekananda, Sarada Devi, Mahadevi, Paramahansa, Ramakrishna, Om Kali Ma, Om Kali Ma.
Karma. Human being, today it is, tomorrow it is not. No one will accompany a person after death. Only actions, good and bad, follow even after death. Karma alone is responsible for our misery and happiness. The result of karma is inevitable, but by repeating the name of God, you can lessen its intensity. If you were destined to have a wound as wide as a plowshare, you will get a pinprick at least. Karma's effect can be counteracted greatly by japa and austerities. One cannot blame God for all the sins committed. It is true that He has become all living beings, but everyone reaps the effects of their actions. No doubt the sun is one, but its shining varies according to the place and objects it illumines. Many a time a man takes birth and dies again and again in a certain family due to his karma, but no one will suffer for all time. Every action brings its own result, and one gets one's opportunities accordingly. That you have been born in this age is a great blessing. This is the time when you can see His divine sport. One can easily see this divine play if one looks upon it with faith and devotion. Realization and liberation. I bless you on this holy day that you may attain liberation in this life. Birth and death are extremely painful. May you not suffer from them any more. The aim of life is to realize God and remain immersed in the contemplation of His holy feet always. He is watching over your earthly life as well as your life to come. Can anyone think of God all the time? Spend some time relaxing and some time absorbed in thoughts of Him. What all seek when they come to me, is it any greens or fish that you could buy it by paying so much price? But you, being my child, can you ever be doomed? Those who have come here, those who are my children, have already achieved liberation. Even God can do no harm to my children. Only those who belong to a high spiritual category can become monks and gain liberation from all kinds of fetters. Some, again, are born just to enjoy the world. I say that it is good to finish in entirety enjoyments and sufferings. But it was different in the case of the companions of the Master. My child, have no fear. Suppose you are asleep on a cot, and somebody removes you along with the cot to another place. Will you realize where you are immediately upon awakening? Not at all. Only when the drowsiness clears away completely will you realize that you have come to a new place. For how many cycles did the Munis and the Rishis of old practice austerities in order to realize God, and you believe you will attain to Him in a flash? If not in this life, you will attain Him in the next. Is it so easy to realize God? But this time the Master has shown an easy path. Therefore it will be possible for all to realize God. God and His grace. For realization, the grace of God is needed. One should then make oneself fit for the grace of God. Everything depends upon the grace of God. He bestows His grace upon anyone He likes. Grace is the important thing. Nothing can happen without the will of God. Not even a blade of grass can move. When a man passes into a favorable time, he gets the desire to contemplate God. But when the time is unfavorable, he gets all the facilities for doing evil actions. Everything happens in time according to the will of God. In the fullness of spiritual realization, one will find that he who resides in one's heart resides in the hearts of others as well, the oppressed, the persecuted, the untouchable, and the outcast. This realization makes one truly humble. Please do not worry so much, my child. Let the will of God be done. You have been following the right path. The Lord will never put you to any great difficulty. One may get grace instantaneously through the grace of a great soul. My children, please do not weep. You are living gods and goddesses. Who is able to renounce all for His sake? Even the injunctions of destiny are cancelled if one takes refuge in God. Destiny strikes off with her own hand what she has written about such a person. What does a man become by realizing God? Does he get 2 horns? No. What happens is he develops discrimination between the real and the unreal, gets illumination, and goes beyond life and death. God is realized in spirit. How else can one see God? Has God talked to anybody devoid of ecstatic fervor? One sees God in spiritual vision, talks to Him, and establishes a relationship with Him in spirit. Can you tell me who has seen God? One may get a vision in a dream, but to see God in physical form is a matter of rare good fortune. It is God alone who has become father and mother. God alone looks after us. Otherwise, where were you and where are you now? Your parents brought you up, but at last you realize that you do not belong to them. Who but God can say what is going on in the remote planes of existence? It is only God that can be omniscient in this realm of Maya. Perhaps there are no other beings on those distant planets and stars. God cannot be realized through japa, worship, or meditation. God is only realized through His grace. Nonetheless, one must perform japa and meditation, for they remove the impurities of one's mind. God's grace then becomes revealed. As one gets the fragrance of a flower by handling it, or the scent of sandalwood by rubbing it against a stone, one becomes spiritually awakened by continuously contemplating God. But you can become illumined right now if you become desireless. Desires. Can you tell me what object is to be prayed for from God? Is it wisdom, devotion, objects that make you happy in life? To say in one word, we must pray for nirvashana, freedom from desire. Desire is at the root of all sorrows, the cause of repeated births and deaths, and the main obstacle on the path of liberation. Desire may be compared to a tiny seed. It is like a big banyan tree growing out of a seed that is no bigger than a dot. As long as human beings have desires, there is no end to transmigration. It is desire alone that takes them from one body to another. Once I visited the image of Jagannath at the time of the car festival. I wept in joy to see so many having the vision of the deity, and thought to myself, it is good, they will all be saved. But later on I realized it was not so. Only 1 or 2 who were absolutely free of desires could attain liberation. The Ishvarakotis are Purnakama. They have all their desires fulfilled in God. Therefore, they have no worldly desires. Love for the sake of divine love is not possible so long as a man has any desire. Not all can free themselves from desires. The creation is going on because all cannot be free of desires. People with desires take their births again and again. Though one gets a new body on account of desires, yet one does not completely lose spiritual consciousness if one has one's credit merits from previous births. All people, excepting highly advanced souls, live in a spirit body for a year after death. The spirit body is like a body made of air. Afterwards they go to other planes and experience pleasure and pain, and in course of time are born again in human forms according to their desires. Others attain salvation from those planes. After a birth in a human body, some attain salvation in this life, whereas others take inferior births to reap the results of their karma. That is indeed the last birth, in which one gets rid of all desires completely. The last birth means that one will not have to come again. This life marks the end of all that. Whether or not the person has desires in his present state, the Master has foreseen that in the end, all the desires will leave such a person. In some cases, it is possible that the mind will become absolutely bereft of all desires just before death. My children who still have desires, why do you worry so much? The desires of your mind, you must first fulfill them. Later on, you will attain the eternal peace of Ramakrishna Loka. The Master has created a new kingdom for all of you. There are two kinds of desires, one that stimulates enjoyment and the other that quickens dispassion. In the case of the devotees, there are no real desires. They are nothings. They are mere fancies that appear and disappear in your mind. The more they come and go, the better for you. About desires in the mind, the Master will grant only those which you really need and which will bring you good. Continue to practice as you are doing now. Why fear? We are with you. So many children come or write to me, but I notice that they have so many desires. Some say, I pray so much, meditate, and tell so many beads, and yet nothing happens. Others complain about the anxieties, fears, wants, diseases, and sorrows of this world. I cannot hear any more of this. Where is their yearning? They speak so much of their devotion and earnestness on the one hand, and on the other they are so pleased with any little enjoyment they may come to have, and say, "Ah, how merciful is He!" That is the measure of their devotional hankering. Will they abstain from desire because of my prohibition if their desires are strong? And to those who have understood by virtue of great merit that all this is Maya's play, and believe that God alone is reality, should I not offer a little help and encouragement? Is there any end to the miseries of the world? Spiritual practice and austerities. Where is that competent student who can understand spiritual instruction? First of all, one should be fit, otherwise the instructions prove futile. At least once at dawn and once at dusk, one must sit down for spiritual practices. It is like the rudder of a ship. When you sit at dusk, then you get to think of all that you have done and not done during the day. Then you have to compare the states of your mind, yesterday and today. Then, doing japa, one has to meditate on the form of one's Ishta. Let those who complain of mental worry do what I did. Let them get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and sit for meditation. Let me see whether they can still have any worry of mind. They will not, however, do that, but can only talk about their troubles. Just look at all these girls. They never listen to me. Such disobedience. Austerities, pilgrimage, worship, the earning of money. One should do all these things in the days of youth. In old age, the body deteriorates. It does not possess any strength. The mind loses its vigor. Is it possible to do anything at that time? It is quite right that the young sannyasins of our mat have been directing their minds to God from an early age. This is the right time for them to do so. My child, austerities and worship, practice all these things right now. Will these things be possible later on? Whatever you want to achieve, achieve now. This is the right time. Can the mango which ripens out of season be as sweet as the one which ripens in the proper season? Men are trying to get fruit out of season. This is true of spiritual life as well. Perhaps one practices japa and austerity in this life. In the next life, one intensifies the spiritual mood, and in the following, advances it further, and thus spiritual evolution goes on. The moment that one's karmas come to an end, one realizes God. That is one's last birth. This, plus the practice of spiritual discipline and time, are the factors in the attainment of spiritual knowledge. Yet since God is our own, He can reveal Himself to His devotees by His mere will. But who has this faith that He is one's own? All practice this and that discipline because they think it is their duty to do so. But how many seek God? What good are asanas and breathing exercises if the mind becomes concentrated on its own? Asanas and pranayama endow one with occult powers, and these lead a man astray. If you practice asana too much, then the mind becomes attached to the body. Yet, a man's body becomes unwell if physical exercise is given up. Therefore, take exercise. May you be illumined. As to those who surrender themselves to God, but practice no spiritual disciplines, that they surrender themselves to God, placing implicit trust in Him, that is their spiritual discipline. All that you have to do is to pay obeisance to God at the end of the day. If one firmly takes a hold of an idea, one doesn't have to perform any other discipline. Spiritual progress becomes easier if husband and wife agree in their views regarding spiritual practices. Otherwise, there will be discord in the household. For the sake of God realization, a married person may live a life of self-control. It is certainly no sin. One must control the senses. One may also practice self-control after the birth of 1 or 2 children. And such a one may also give up the world after making provision for one's dependents. So perform japa with love, sincerity, and self-surrender. Then meditate on the Lord. Remember how helpless you are in this world, and slowly begin sadhana as directed by your guru. Some believe that having faith in the guru is enough, and that is true. But the point is this: the house may have all kinds of foodstuff for cooking, but one must cook them and take the meal. He who cooks earlier gets his meal earlier too. Some eat in the morning, some in the evening, and there are yet others who starve because they are lazy and reluctant to cook. But the more arduously one practices spiritual disciplines, the more quickly one will attain God. Through spiritual practices, the ties of past karma are cut asunder. but the realization of God cannot be achieved without ecstatic love for Him. Do you know the significance of japa and other spiritual practices? By these, the dominance of the sense organs is subdued. The men and women who have come to the Master and I have not assembled for fun. Every one of them is doing spiritual disciplines. They know that they are extremely fortunate in getting this human birth. Have intense devotion to God. One must work hard. How can one achieve anything without effort? One must devote some time for prayer, even in the midst of household duties. Work. Always be engaged in some work or other. It will be conducive to the health of both the body and the mind. One must do some work. Through work alone can one remove the bondage of work, not by avoiding work. Total detachment comes later on. One should not be without work, even for a moment. If the mind is kept engaged in some kind of work, it doesn't engage in silly thoughts. But if you sit idle, the mind is likely to indulge in various kinds of thoughts. A man eager to keep away from acidic foods builds a home under a tamarind tree, as the proverb goes. People renounce the world to repeat God's name, but get entangled in activities nevertheless. About your spiritual duties, people no doubt say that pilgrimages during inauspicious times are prohibited. One can postpone a holy duty out of considerations of time. But look, death takes no notice of time. Since death has no fixed hours, one should perform holy duties as soon as an opportunity arises. Some complain that work at the ashram or monastery keeps one too busy to find time for regularly performing japa and meditation. But whose work are you doing? It is His work alone. Do I always remember my divine nature? Is it possible always? If it were so, can all this work go on? Yet amidst all this work, whenever the desire arises, inspiration comes in a flash upon a little thought, and the whole of the play of Mahamaya comes to be understood. All action belongs to her, so work should be done carefully. The sweeping is finished and you throw the broom away? Everything should be given its due respect. A broom, though unclean itself, still cleans dirty places. My dear, take notice of your surroundings when you move about, and you should also keep yourself informed of everything that happens at the place where you live. But do not gossip about it. Fault finding. The mind is everything. It is in the mind alone that one feels pure and impure. A man, first of all, must make his own mind guilty, and then alone he can see another man's guilt. Does anything ever happen to another if you enumerate his faults? It only injures you. This has been my attitude since childhood. Hence, I cannot see anyone's faults. If a man does a trifle for me, I try to remember him even for that, to see the faults of others. One should never do it. I never do so. Forgiveness is tapasya. Man is bound to make mistakes. One should not notice them. If one does not follow this rule, it harms oneself alone. By constantly observing the faults of others, in the end, one will become a mere fault finder. So I tell you this, if you want peace of mind, do not find fault with others. Rather, See your own faults. Learn to make the whole world your own. No one is a stranger. Indeed, the entire world is your very own. In earlier days, I also had an eye for people's faults. Thereafter, I wept before the Master, praying, "O Master, I do not want to see anyone's faults," and thereby got rid of the habit. You might have done good to a man 1,000 times and harmed him only once. He will turn away from you for that one offense. One should, in fact, note the merits. Don't let your mind become disturbed over trifles. It will make you forget the Lord. Whatever people may say, remember the Master and do what you consider to be correct. Should one speak such words as would hurt another? Even if it is truth, it should not be told in an unpleasant manner. Finally, you will end up with that kind of nature. If one's sensitivity is lost, then nothing will control one's speech. Look, there is certainly what is called seva prarabdha, fault in serving. That means, as one serves, gradually one becomes more proud and egoistic, and then one wants to make a puppet out of one's master. Whether the master stands, eats, or sits, he must do so at the bidding of the attendant. The attitude of true service entirely disappears from them. The master used to say, "Look on people as mere worms." By this, he did not mean all kinds of people. He was referring only to fault-finders and people of mean tendencies, not to those who worship the Lord. Initiation and Mantra. The true purpose of initiation is to try and realize God through sincere spiritual self-effort. The mantra also purifies the body. Man becomes pure by repeating the mantra of God. The body cannot be pure without initiation. Whatever I have to give, I have given at the time of initiation. If you want peace immediately, practice the prescribed disciplines. Otherwise, you will get it only after the fall of the body. And mark you, I have not given you the mantra. It is the Master who has done so, and he who is the Master am I. The human teacher utters the mantra into the ear, but God breathes the spirit into the soul. Everything then depends upon one's mind. Nothing can be achieved without the purity of mind. A guru may turn away a person seeking to be a disciple time after time. That one who is really eager for the blessing of the guru, however, will come to him even by begging. The truth is this: he who is really anxious to cross the ocean of this world will somehow break his bonds. No one can entangle him. Financial difficulties, awaiting a reply, fear of going back unfulfilled, these are mere excuses. I give you initiation only because you are a noble soul. See that you do not betray me. You are perfectly satisfied if you get the sacred mantra, but you never think of the consequence. A spiritual teacher has to suffer for the sins of his devotees. Someone told me that I should not initiate so many beings, but only those I could remember and keep in touch with. But the Master never forbade me to do so. I entrust the Master with their responsibility. I pray to him every day to look after them. Besides, do you know that the Master himself taught me these mantras? He gave me mantras possessing great power. They are imbued with the power of renunciation. Renunciation. About renunciation, you will acquire it slowly. You will make some progress in this life and more in the next. It is the body alone that changes. The Atman remains the same. So wherever you live, you must feel quite at home. And please practice renunciation a little. Worldly people cannot even give up their attachment to a brass pot. How could they then think of renouncing the world? Householders need not have external renunciation. Internal renunciation will come to them of itself, but some people need external renunciation as well. An unmarried person who leads a pure life will advance towards God with rapid strides. Others, tied hand and foot, find it impossible to extricate themselves from the world. Yet, some monks may become very vain. They may think, "See, he does not respect me. He does not bow down before me," and so on. Thus, one should rather live possessed of inner renunciation. That is the highest knowledge. Therefore, forgetting your personality, try to realize your identity with God. Knowledge. Does a man of knowledge ever fear rebirth? He does not commit any indiscretion. It is the ignorant people who are always seized with fear. They alone get entangled and become polluted by sin. To question too much is not good. It is difficult to properly assimilate even one thought. Now, why should you trouble your mind by harboring 10 thoughts? Dive deep with the noble idea that you have received. Repeat the holy name, meditate upon it, keep good company, and subdue the ego by all means. My child, read a small portion of the Gita daily, and also the Katamrita of the Master and Sri Ramakrishna Punti. Many other books about the Master have also been published. Read them. Do not indulge in dry reasoning, though, but rather acquire intense devotion. Even the wise can hardly realize the nature of Brahman by argument. Are Brahman and the Divine Mother objects of discussion? Divine Mother and her power. After non-dual knowledge dawns, God and all else vanish into nothing. Mother, in the end my mother pervades the whole universe. Everything becomes one. This is the simple truth. In the course of time, one does not even feel the existence of God. After attaining true wisdom, one sees that gods and deities are all Maya. Everything comes into existence in time and disappears in time. Kali, the mother of the universe, is the mother of all. It is she alone that has begotten both good and evil. Everything has come out of her womb. The Kundalini will awake. Repetition of his name will lead to the goal. Even if your mind does not become concentrated, you can repeat the holy name thousands of times. One hears the Anahata Dvani prior to the arousing of the Kundalini, but it is not possible without the grace of the Mother. The holy sound comes from the right side. Only when there is body consciousness does it come from the left. Such things happen when the power of the Kundalini becomes awakened. The sound that comes from the right side is the real one. In time, the mind itself becomes the Guru. If one is able to pray to God and meditate on Him for even 2 minutes with full concentration, it is very good. Listen, my child. However spiritual a man may be, he must pay the tax for the use of the body to the last farthing. But the difference between a great soul and an ordinary man is this: the latter weeps while leaving the body, whereas the former laughs. Death seems to him a mere play. How much of japa you do, however much of work you perform, it is all for nothing. If Mahamaya does not open the way, is anything possible for one? O bound soul, surrender, surrender. Then alone will she take compassion on you and leave your path open.
Final affirmation. Formerly, one had to make many arrangements to see the Holy Mother. Now, sitting at one place, if one applies one's heart, one can duly find her. Discarding her physical body, the Mother is now bestowing her blessings much more. Whoever calls upon her, the indwelling Mother approaches them and settles all their problems.
Shakti Sukadayini Ma Sachit Sukamaya Rupini Ma Shristi Stiti Layakarini Ma Brahma Sudham Buddhi Kelini Ma Brahma Dvaikya Shubhankari Ma Jiveshwara Gada Lila Rupini Ma Tvam Me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma Chinmaya Vilasini Ma Mahirandhara Sukhavardini Ma Jnanananda Pravarshini Ma Divyara Samrita Varshini Ma Muladhara Nivasini Ma Sahasrara Shiva Sangini Adye Shakti Svarupini Ma Chitti Sukadayini Tarini Ma Tvam Me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma Shubhamati Dohini Shankari Ma Durgati Durmati Nashini Ma Mahakala Hridi Nardini Ma Jiva Shivantara Vardini Ma Jaga Kadila Sita Saudhavini Ma Sita Rambhakarini Ma Krishna Radhika Rupini Ma Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma Kamani Akriti Darini Ma Bhavasagar Bhaya Harini Ma Shanti Saukya Chiradayini Ma Kshanti Mahaguna Varsini Ma Kanti Vara Bhayadayini Ma Girishan Parivasini Ma Harardanari Rupini Ma Dadana Maheshwara Sangini Ma Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
Eternal and absolute is my Divine Mother, Sharada. She is the highest ideal, the divine incarnation in human form. O Holy Mother, you are the subtle essence of supreme bliss, and through compassion you grant happiness, for you are the Lord's inherent power. Indeed, thou art the embodiment of existence, knowledge, and bliss absolute. Yet you manifest the appearance of duality through creation, preservation, and dissolution. Bliss flows everywhere as the nectar of your divine sport. The mystery of the union of Atman and Brahman is revealed by thee. And the illusion of separation between Jiva and Ishvara is also thy play. The meaning of your Leela is beyond comprehension, O Holy Mother.
Mamme Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
O Holy Mother, thy form is permeated with the highest consciousness. It is you who provides internal and external happiness. You inundate our awareness with the ecstasy of supreme knowledge and flood our being with the divine nectar of inexpressible delight. You reside in latent form in the Muladhara chakra at the base of the spine, yet remain eternally united with Lord Shiva in the Sahasrara at the crown of the head. O Holy Mother, you are the original primordial power, the one who rescues the devotees and bestows spiritual ecstasy.
Mamme Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
O eternal consort of Shiva, who uplifts and inspires the mind. O warrior goddess who destroys evil and saves all beings from danger. You dance beautifully in the heart of Mahakala, Lord Shiva in Samadhi, and playfully maintain the distinction between creature and creator. Victory to thee, O Divine Mother of the entire universe. You are the radiant flash of lightning in the rain cloud of abundant grace. You are the very one who manifested as Sita and Ram, identical to the one who assumed the loving forms of Radha and Krishna.
Mamme Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
O Holy Mother, your radiant form is bewitching and enchanting. Your presence swiftly propels us across the fearful ocean of relative existence. You graciously grant the exceedingly rare boon of eternal peace. And you transcend the universe, giving us the patience to do the same. You bestow splendor, precious boons, and freedom from fear. and you dwell in the sacred snow mountains with your loving consort, Lord Shiva. Behold this vision. Half of Lord Shiva's body has become thy feminine form, as you enact the awesome cosmic dance of divine union.
Tvamme Brahma Sanatani Maa Sarada Ishvari Subhage Maa Arahar Sotkari Nardini Maa Saradeshvari Shodashi Maa Sadakamana Sashodini Maa Sarva Subhagya Prasadini Maa Ruha Gajja Mukha Jani Doini Maa Ekaneka Vibhagini Maa Himagiri Nandini Lasini Maa Sarva Chara Chara Sarjini Maa Tvamme Brahma Sanatani Maa Sarada Ishvari Subhage Maa Sarva Bhava Maya Varini Maa Sarva Jagatraya Sakshini Maa Nikhila Deshvari Yogini Maa Hela Ganda Sukheshini Maa Chinmaya Sundara Rupini Maa Paramananda Tarangini Maa Ramya Kanti Chiradharini Maa Samasta Suguna Bhusani Maa Tvamme Brahma Sanatani Maa Sarada Ishvari Subhage Maa Sadgati Sanmati Doini Maa Bhavatarini Karuneshwari Maa Tripure Sundari Mohini Maa Pramando Daradarini Maa Premananda Pravarshini Maa Sarva Chara Chara Padini Maa Bhuvana Chaturdasha Prasavini Maa Nana Lila Karini Maa Tvamme Brahma Sanatani Maa Sarada Ishvari Subhage Maa Vivida Vibhuti Vidarini Maa Jnana Lokra Pradaini Maa Vishvakrida Kautuki Maa Vishvadishtita Chinmayi Maa Mandasmita Smaraharini Maa Bhaktanugraha Karini Maa Yoga Bhoga Vardayini Maa Shanti Shuddha Nishandini Maa Tvamme Brahma Sanatani Maa Sarada Ishvari Subhage Maa
Shanti Roga Vishaharini Ma, Kanti Yoga Sukhadaini Ma, Veera Narendra Praharshini Ma, Samadhi Chira Chittidaini Ma, Virya Bala Bhayakarini Ma, Tapa Traya Bhayaharini Ma, Sarvotunga Suvasini Ma, Prasanna Varade Bhairavi Ma, Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma, Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma. Eternal and absolute is my divine mother, Sharada. She is the highest ideal, the divine incarnation in human form. O Mother, thy dance of cosmic proportions drives Shiva mad with joy. Truly, O Sharada, you are the blessed Shodashi incarnate. You thoroughly illumine the questing minds of all sincere aspirants and bring good fortune into all aspects of life. It is you who gives auspicious births, even to gods and goddesses. You cause indivisible consciousness to fragment into many parts. You are the humble and playful daughter of the eternal snow mountains. It is only thee who gives existence to animate and inanimate objects. Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma, Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
You are the universal mother who cures the disease of worldliness. From detached witness consciousness, you scrutinize all thoughts and actions within relativity. As the divine feminine form, you are the beloved of all beings throughout creation. The fragrance of your hair is the heavenly scent of the most precious perfume. Your radiant form possesses an otherworldly and transcendent beauty. And within that form, waves of bliss are sporting eternally. Truly, there seems to be no end to thy wondrous splendor, O Mother. For all divine virtues adorn thee naturally, like so many precious ornaments.
Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma, Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma. You bestow good thoughts, sense of purpose, and knowledge of one's destiny. Through your grace, all beings are rescued from the ocean of delusion. You are the irresistible enchantress known as Tripura Sundari. The entire universe resides within your blessed womb, O Mother. A heavenly rain of blissful love always streams from thy pervasive being, and you protect and sustain that which moves and that which is immobile. It is you, O Mother, that has formed the 14 spheres of existence, and you sport there, assuming countless forms immersed in divine play. Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma, Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
You are the adept wielder of an infinite set of powers, O Holy Mother. The gifts of absolute knowledge and subtle insight are your generous boons. Your play consists of manifesting and dissolving the entire universe, yet you remain unchanged as the substratum of all finite forms. You are the Queen of Love, who stole the heart of Shiva with a mere smile. You awaken souls to selfless devotion and confer endless blessings upon your children. You grant every measure of enjoyment and facilitate spiritual union as well. Because of thee, O Mother, an all-pervasive peace permeates existence.
Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma, Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma. The delusion of illusory superimposition is neutralized by thee, O Mother. The result is lasting happiness and a mature spiritual outlook. Narendra, the hero of the present age, was overjoyed upon beholding thee. For thy presence inspires the mind to enter the deepest states of consciousness. Those who worship thee, O Mother, become strong and fearless. You help them to transcend the three types of afflictions and become thoroughly courageous. O Holy Mother, you are the Supreme Being dwelling everywhere, in everything. You are sometimes beneficent, sometimes wrathful, but ever perfect in thy judgment. Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Japarjana Sadini Ma Chanda Sura Kalagatini Ma Sakala Deva Jaya Sadini Ma Dusta Munda Vadakarini Ma Chamundeshwari Darkini Ma Mahisha Darpavinashini Ma Maheshwara Sukhavardini Ma Mahishasura Kalamardini Ma Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma Triguna Triloka Trirupini Ma Nirguna Saguna Vichitrini Ma Karita Dhyana Nandini Ma Darpana Chita Vibhasini Ma Cheto Darpana Kashini Ma Nava Nava Rupa Sudarshani Ma Samasta Loko Dharini Ma Rama Krishna Navarupini Ma Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma Dharma Glani Vinashini Ma Dharma Stapana Karini Ma Ramya Sahaja Patta Darshini Ma Matri Bhava Sukha Shodini Ma Nirmala Bhaktot Karsini Ma Divya Bhutta Charitatini Ma Rama Krishna Sahadharmini Ma Jaya Rama Kyasuvadini Ma Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma
मृगकेशरी वरवाहिनी माँ दुर्गा हिमचलनन्दिनी माँ नरेन्द्र हृदय निवासिनी माँ लोकोत्तर कृतिदर्शिनी माँ सुन्दर रूप विकासिनी माँ दिव्य गुणकरधारिणी माँ दुर्बल सबल सुकरिणी माँ दुःख दैन्य भयनाशिनी माँ त्वं मे ब्रह्म सनातनी माँ शारद ईश्वरी सुभगे माँ सर्वभूतहितसाधिनी माँ समस्त लोकभयकरी माँ दुर्गतिनाशिनी दुर्गे माँ नारायणी जगराजे माँ जय 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 जगराजे माँ नारायणी जय दुर्गे माँ जय 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 जगराजे माँ नारायणी जय दुर्गे माँ त्वं मे ब्रह्म सनातनी माँ शारद ईश्वरी सुभगे माँ
Eternal and absolute is my divine mother, Sharada. She is the highest ideal, the divine incarnation in human form. O universal mother, all sacrifices and austerities are assumed and fulfilled by thee. This was proven when you destroyed the demon of negativity named Chanda. Yet you transformed demons, humans, and celestials to your own divine status, as was the case when you killed the cruel asuras, Munda and Mahishasura. By slaying those antagonistic beings, you have become famous as Chamunda, the one who completely humbles the pride of the wicked. But you foster and enhance infinite joy in the hearts of Shiva and others, and you protect them from all dangers by eradicating demonic forces.
Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
You control the three gunas, permeate the three worlds, and assume three wondrous forms. You are known partially through thy attributes, yet remain essentially unknown beyond attributes. You become accessible when through thy grace you bestow authentic meditation. For when the mirror of the mind is free from impurities, your radiant form appears there. In truth, it is only you who transforms consciousness and refines awareness, to reflect a variety of enchanting forms upon its subtle surface. O Holy Mother, the entire world is redeemed in thy presence. You are a fresh emanation of Sri Ramakrishna, the eternal Savior, identical with him.
Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
O Mother, the decline of Dharma has been arrested by thee, and you have initiated the appearance of the new Dharma called the new dispensation. From within that golden age pathway emanates the spontaneous teaching called Sahaja, natural enlightenment, that confers delight upon the devotees who have discovered God as Mother, uplifting the sincere and pure-hearted ones to new heights of spiritual awareness. You fulfill the lives of those who behold your many divine excellences. It is no wonder that you are the eternal companion of Sri Ramakrishna, exemplifying righteousness. Wonder of wonders, you are also that simple village girl born in Jarambati.
Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
O Divine Mother, you stand abreast the powerful lion, the most royal of animals, and appear atop the highest of sacred mountains, most difficult of access. You have captured the hearts of Vivekananda and other contemporary saints and sages. Such excellence and perfection have rarely graced this earth. Sheer ecstasy pervades the heart and mind upon beholding thy enchanting form. Your very nature abounds with the essence of divine auspiciousness. Through thy inscrutable Maya, you cause both strength and weakness to manifest. And by thy power alone, you remove misery, ignorance, and fear. Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma.
O Holy Mother, surrender to thee quickly accomplishes our highest good.
Refuge in thee puts an end to the pervasive sense of anxiety and fear.
You are the warrior goddess Durga, who reverses the downward tendencies of the mind.
You are Narayani, the Ancient One, the origin of all the worlds.
Victory to thee again and again. All beings adore thee.
The battle is already won, for separation from thee is impossible, O Narayani.
Eternal salutations to Kali, to Durga, to Narayani.
And to Sri Sarada Devi, our loving, compassionate, universal Mother in human form. Tvam me Brahma Sanatani Ma Sarada Ishvari Subhage Ma. Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Naravandite Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Jagatrate Janani Khyate Jaya Jagatrate Janani Khyate Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Naravandite Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Site
Jaya Sharade Sura Naravandite Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Naravandite Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Naravandite Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Naravandite Mahashakti Parameshwari Lalite Mahashakti Parameshwari Lalite Jagastite Jagannatha Namostute Jagastite Jagannatha Namostute.
Eternal victory to Sri Sarada Devi, adored by gods, goddesses, and human beings. Absolutely invincible, she appears as the beneficent protectress of the entire universe. Her precious spiritual children call her Holy Mother, her sweetest and most intimate name, and take refuge at the blessed feet of she who grants liberation and immortality. Deftly removing all veils of ignorance which obscure our vision of the ever-perfect soul, she then transmits absolute fearlessness to all sincere seekers of the eternal truth. This supreme goddess of infinite power, who is the essence of liberating wisdom and deepest insight, charms and enchants all realms of existence with her incomparable beauty. As this world of relativity, with its hosts of various beings, take shelter in thee, O beloved one, I fall prostrate at thy feet, O Mother of the worlds, and worship thee with reverent salutations.
Jaya Jaya Sharade Sura Naravandite Jaya Jagadrate Janani Kyate
some